He was Ohio Player of the Year in 1987 from Centerville High School. When John Cooper became head coach at Ohio State, he was his first recruit and first signee. He was a 4-year Buckeye letterman, captain, and quarterback his senior year, passing for nearly 2,000 yards and led the Buckeyes to an 8-3-1 record. Does anybody know who the tie was against? Michigan, of course. That was a non-loss, so we remember those as non-losses. And I think Kirk that might pass for 270-some yards that day against Michigan. So when we don't lose to Michigan, we always remember those games. He was MVP his senior year also. I think we went to the Citrus Bowl your senior year. And talk about some great talent. We got beat by Georgia that day, but our running backs were Robert Smith and Raymond Harris, and I believe their running backs were Garrison Hurst. And their backup, who ran for 40-some yards that day, happened to be this year's Super Bowl MVP, Terrell Davis. So, little information there. I know you're all sitting on the edge of your seat for that information. As great as his athletic career was, his TV and radio career has even been more successful. He hosts a daily sports show on WBNS. He co-hosts Wall-to-Wall Sports on Channel 10 every Sunday night. And of course, he hosts ESPN's College Game Day with Chris Fowler and Dick Vitale. Oh, no. Lee Corso's Dick Vitale with hair. So if no more, I'd like to introduce our speaker tonight, Kirk Herbstreit.
First, I'd like to just thank all the honorees for allowing me to share this night. When I was driving in, I've never been to Bellefontaine. This is God's country out here. Is the skiing available out here or not? Is the slopes up and running? I'm going up to Boyne Highlands next week. But I was going to open it up for questions after I'm done, but I spent about 15 or 20 minutes talking a little bit about some of the things that I've encountered, not only in athletics, but in life as well. And then talk about the Ohio State Buckeyes for 1998, which I think a lot of people think could be a national championship year. Already people beginning to celebrate a national championship, which makes me a little nervous. But I want to talk about a couple things that have helped me. Anymore, it seems like in society, and I don't know if it's hit Bellefontaine or not, there's an individuality. It's like a me society. And I've been always a team guy. I've always really gotten a lot out of being a part of, whether it's football or as a broadcaster, whatever the case may be. And as when I was growing up, and I've talked to a few people who know about my family. My dad played at Ohio State. He coached at Ohio State. Captain. He coached with Woody. Coached with Bo. So I mean, I grew up with all of that history in me. And my goal when I grew up was nothing but to play at Ohio State. And I don't know if there's still kids growing up like that, but that was my #1 goal, was to get a chance to play at Ohio State. Once I got into high school, and I remember reading about people like Dow and the Dayton Daily and thinking, man, this might become a reality, I thought, this is, the Cold War was going on. I used to pray at night, just don't allow us to have a nuclear war just yet. Let me get to Ohio State, get that over with, then we can have the bombs, but just let me play at Ohio State. I mean, I was brainwashed to play at Ohio State. When I achieved that, I came in, there was probably 2 or 3 other quarterbacks in the whole nation, and I think a lot of the Ohio State fans felt I was going to be a savior for the program, so there was a lot of pressure when I came in there. Turns out I was a runner that could also throw, and John Cooper came in, brought a more of a pro-style offense that he liked to throw. Earl stepped down for other reasons. He was asked to step down. So I didn't fit in real well with Coach Cooper's offense, so it took a few years. Finally, he got to the point my sophomore year, and he said, Kirk, I don't know how to tell you this, but we just don't think you have what it takes to play quarterback at Ohio State. Here I am as a sophomore, dreamed your whole life to play at Ohio State, play quarterback. And the head coach pulls you into his office and says, you just don't have what it takes. At that point, 2 choices: quit, go play baseball, or say, forget you, I'm gonna make this work. I opted for the latter, and I remember Dick Vermeil, who was a broadcaster for ABC, came in and he pulled me aside and he said, I know right now there's Greg Fry, there's Kent Graham, there's yourself, you guys are in a battle. He said, a guy by the name of Ron Jaworski used to play quarterback for me with the Philadelphia Eagles. He said, if you watch Ron in practice, he was ugly. I mean, he was an ugly thrower. He just didn't have the mechanics, but he worked. He kept working. He kept working. he finally got to get into the Super Bowl and won a Super Bowl. He said, that's what I see in you. And Dick Vermeil didn't know me from Adam other than maybe seeing some film on me. I used that advice, and I told Coach Cooper, pretty much, he asked me to move to defensive back. He asked me to do this, do that. And I pretty much said, I'm going to make it work. Turned out, as Rick talked about, I got to the point where I started my senior year. I ended up being the captain, ended up being the MVP and things like that. So I got to achieve that dream. And I guess the moral of the story is you set dreams for yourself, and then you have to have the perseverance. It seems like today a lot of the kids grow up and they want something, but they want it now. And if they don't get it, that was a good dream, that was cool. Now I'm going to move over to this thing right here. And they don't want to put that hard work in. If there's anything I would stress, it's the hard work. Put that hard work in, because you're going to reap the rewards much, much more by working through that. As I got out of college, I had free agency offers in the NFL. I didn't have that desire, that same desire for the NFL like I did for Ohio State. So I decided that at Worthington Industries, some of the other companies, I was a business major, and you're kind of brainwashed when you're a business major at Ohio State. Get out, get a job, making whatever you can make, company car, 401k. So I had these jobs lined up. Radio station contacted me and said, I always loved sports talk. And they said, we want you to get involved in sports talk, but you can't have these other jobs. So I said, well, how much are you going to pay me? And they said, well, we'll pay you $15,000, no benefits, nothing, no 401k, just come on over here and talk some sports. And I said, you know, you're going to pass all this, what we're kind of taught to do from the time we're a freshman in college. I said, you know what, my heart was telling, it was very similar to when I was an athlete. My heart was telling me, this is what I want to do. I love sports. I want to talk about sports, so I opted to do that. I passed up on these other jobs. I had people who I played with and older players coming back to me saying, Herbstreit, what are you doing? Let it go. You know, get on with life. Let sports go and do your thing. And I said, I don't know. I think I really enjoy this. So I kept going. I got an opportunity. I had my own radio show. ESPN calls me, asks me to put a tape together. Next thing you know, things have worked out. Once again, the moral of the story there is I followed my heart, and I did what I wanted to do. A lot of the kids today will do what others will tell them to do, but you, in my mind, follow what your heart tells you. And I think if you can do that, you're going to be able to achieve pretty much anything you want. I want to look at a lot of people have come up, they say, you know, is Lee Corso as big a jerk as he appears on TV? What's your favorite place? And I'll get to that later tonight. But the 1998 Ohio State football Buckeyes are going to be an interesting team. I think there are a lot of people out there that think they're expecting a national championship. And they return about 18 or 19 starters, so for good reason this team is going to be loaded. But John Cooper and the staff, the best thing they have done is recruited the athletes. And not only that, they've done a nice job of Coach Dave Kennedy, the strength coach, has done a very nice job of enhancing their ability and making them better and better players. People always ask me, you were Cooper's first recruit. You've seen it for 10 years now. What's the difference? And that's the difference, is they're going out, they're getting the good people, and they're making them probably some of the best athletes in the country. I go to see Florida. I go to see Florida State. I see Nebraska. And some of the best athletes in the country play for Ohio State. So if you're Buckeye fans, there's a lot to be proud of. 1998 could be a national championship year. They have Penn State at home. They have Michigan at home. They have everybody at home. And if we can beat Michigan, then we can win a national title. But we'll open it up later for some questions. Anything you'd like to ask, I'll be more than happy to help you out with.
Thanks, Kirk. National championship, as long as we're 11-0, it doesn't matter. We'll take our chances. Okay, we'll have our Hall of Fame induction ceremonies. Once again, this is just an outstanding class. We had a lot of people nominated this year, and it was really tough to choose. And these 6 are just so outstanding that when you hear all their stories, it'll be unbelievable. You'll see why they're being inducted tonight. Our first inductee will be Dick Artis, and he'll be presented by G. Marine.
What an honor it is to be asked, especially by a good friend, to present him on this special night, this night of honor and recognition. how clever I thought I was back in 1958 when I wrote about Dick Artis being named a special mention UPI. I wrote something, Dick Artis, Bellefontaine High School's artistic playmaker, was rated among the 30 top high school basketball players in the state today when United Press International announced its all-Ohio team. But he was an artist. And I always thought of Dick Artis as a painter would go to the canvas and start to put together a beautiful picture, daubing here and mixing paint. Or an orchestra leader who could call for the percussion and have the woodwinds go down and the brass come up. That's the way Dick Artis was on the basketball court. He was in charge. And on the baseball field, it was the same way. He played for 4 years as mostly at shortstop, sometimes at second base, but he was in the middle of the infield where the action was, and he was in control, and he was calling the shots. In basketball, you read where when he graduated, he was the 5th leading scorer in Bellefontaine history, guided the Chieftains to a Western Buckeye League championship, all Western Buckeye League, honorable mention and special mention by the press associations. Dick Artis wanted to go to school to play, wanted to further his education and go to college and play basketball, but it was a time in the 50s when it was difficult to do that in his situation. He recalls the time that he was taken to Bowling Green by Sid Otten. Sid Otten was in our first class of Hall of Famers. So Sid Otten took Dick up to Bowling Green to introduce him to the coach up there to see if he could play basketball up there. They had one grant and aid left. The trouble is that when Dick Artis came up there, one other kid came too to look for that grant and aid, and his name was Nate Thurman. He was 6'11" and was one of the top NBA players of all time. Dick also could have played professional baseball, but because of his size at the time, he hasn't always been this size. He was a little shrimp when he played at Bellefontaine High School. But when he went to camp and to the baseball tryouts, and because of his size, they assigned him to the D League. And so when they said, well, how much, he asked him, how much am I going to make? And they told him he'd be making $15 a week less than he would make working for the city of Bellefontaine. So that curtailed his baseball career. Dick is now retired after 30 years service with the city of Bellefontaine, presently employed as an estimator for the Johnson and Hughes Excavating Company in Lima. Been there for a few years and has a wonderful job, an excellent job. Today's athletes are bigger, stronger, and faster than the athletes of 40 years ago. But none, no one, will ever be as clever and as smooth and as deft at running a basketball team or a baseball team as the artist. There's a guy going around by the name of Prince who's changed his name to the Artist. And we're going to sue for infringement, Richard, because you are the artist. Dick likes to tell the story that he graduated 11th in his class. That was because they graduated them alphabetically after the top 10. May I present one of Bellefontaine High School's finest athletes, an outstanding citizen, and my good friend, Richard Gordon Artis.
Well, I've thought a lot about this ever since it was announced that I was going to be inducted. And a lot of the reason that I'm here is Mac Smith, Pete McCracken, Ed Cole, Gary Ray, my running mate at guard, and Danny Sinclair, my backup, that pushed me every night at practice. Thank you.
Congratulations, Dick. Our next inductee will be Coach Don Skelly. It'll be presented by Charlie Rader.
Good evening. I'd like to congratulate all the honorees tonight. What's a Hall of Famer? You know, we can look at this paper and we can see all the statistics. I won so many ball games, played in so many ball games. Don Skelly was in my Hall of Fame long before he ever come to Bellefontaine. 1958, the summer of 1958, there was a young, tall, skinny farm kid standing in a FFA room in Rushvania High School. And J.D. Carson walked in with another young man at that time. This is Don Skelly, your new basketball, football, baseball, bus driver. He was everything. To make a long story short, I guess, we went on to play that year, football, basketball, baseball. The next year, we went on to the district finals in basketball, and through the guidance of Don Skelly, we got beat out. That's the only game that most people around West Liberty-Salem remember. We got beat out of the district finals by the eventual state champion. Don is not only my Hall of Famer. If you look around, if you talk to anyone from Logan County, the first thing they'll say is, how's Coach Skelly? What's he doing? How's he getting along? Parents, kids that didn't even play sports are always coming into the store and saying, have you seen Coach Skelly? How's he doing? I remember when he helped me with that math. He loaned me a car. We would be out in the summertime, and we would always run over. Don and Wilma lived right across from the school. Go get the keys from Coach Skelly, and he allowed us to have the keys, make sure someone's in charge that shuts the place up. We never had a bit of problems. We didn't have the problems that some schools have today. Through the guidance of Don Skelly, that tall, skinny basketball player, went on to Ohio Northern and got cut his freshman year. And when you have been starting basketball since a sophomore, you know, all state and all this and all whatever, and they come to you and say, you can't play, it's devastating. Through the leadership of Don, Coach Skelly, that young kid didn't give up. Come back the next year and made the JVs and started the last 2 years and was the leading rebounder on the Ohio Northern basketball team. Yeah, he could have given up, but that's not the way the coach taught him. Going on, graduated, become a coach, like the coach. Well, how much money should I get? Well, I heard somebody just say they got $15,000. My first job was $5,000. So I took it. Fort Jennings, coached with a lot of the things that Coach Skelly had taught me. 16-2 my first year, knew everything there was to know about basketball. Got a different job at one of the schools around the county here, Ridgemont. Used his advice for should I move, should I take that move. Stayed there 4 years. Coach Skelly, even though he was in the hospital after those 4 years, I would come down and see him, and they had an opening here at Bellefontaine. And he guided me, I guess, to come down and apply, and I was lucky enough to get the job, and fortunate enough for a lot of faces sitting out here and sitting up here that I coached. So through the guidance of Don Skelly, Coach Skelly, this tall, skinny, I was skinny at one time, young man has had a tremendous career in not only coaching basketball, but teaching, and I deserve, or I have to give the deserving nod to the guy that started it all, Coach Skelly. I am very honored to be up here talking about you, and as a friend, as a former student, as a former business partner, I wish you all the best and congratulations for this honor you certainly deserve. Thank you.
I'd like to thank everybody who came out tonight. We're in a little different situation than some of the other honorees tonight. But I'd like to say a few words on Dad's behalf. Several years ago, I would guess it was probably the early 60s. It wasn't that long ago because Charlie Rader was still in high school. I walked upstairs in the house, we were living in Russellvania, and saw my mom packing a brown suitcase. And I said, "Mom, what are you doing?" She said, "I'm packing some clothes for your dad for tonight. He has a basketball game." "Why are you packing clothes?" She said, "Because if they win, they'll throw him in the shower." God, I hope he doesn't lose. As you can see, the years have been good to Dad, and I'm sure that if he were speaking tonight, that he would say that the reason he's up here tonight is that he has had the opportunity to work with several unique individuals and has been honored by that. Thank you.
I think anyone who's ever played sports of any kind always have a coach that they'll always remember, the coach who's always coach. You know, you've had coaches along the way, but one always stands out. And in my life, that's the man right there. He's always will be coach to me. So. Our next inductee is Mike Gould. He's unable to be here tonight. He was here last night for the ceremonies between games, but presenting him anyway will be Dick Horn.
It's quite an honor to be able to present stellar athlete such as Mike Gould. We have here among us tonight former coaches, former players. I'm Mike's former biology teacher. Back in the mid-70s, I heard rumors, as we frequently heard rumors, of someone moving into town. It's going to be the savior of Bellefontaine athletics. I thought, yes, here we go again. The kid's going to be 6'8", weigh 270 and so forth. And they said, no, there's a whole family of these, there's 3 brothers. They're coming in for Bell Center, and they're really good athletes. I had Mike in class that year, and what a treat. Mike is probably one of the purest athletes I have seen in the 30-some years that I've been associated with Bellefontaine as a teacher. I know, Dick, that I've been associated with him longer than that. Yeah, Dick and I graduated from the same year in high school, and he was ahead of me. As a testimony as to what an athlete Mike was, he received 9 varsity letters in 4 different sports. As a freshman, he lettered in track and field and went on, when he was a junior, to be 4th in the state in the high jump. He broke 2 school records in the high jump and also in the long jump, and still owns the long jump record for the high school. As a senior, he was MVP on the golf team. As a sophomore, I recall his kicking a field goal that was something over 35 yards, and which is quite a thing for a kid, I think, in high school to kick a 35-yard field goal. We don't see that very often. But what Mike is remembered most for is his prowess as a basketball player. He had unbelievable body control. His ability to score was great. In fact, I heard just this evening, someone said that they came in the gym last night, and here was this guy, didn't look like an athlete, bald, had a full beard, picks up the ball very smoothly, whoosh, goes in, just as it did when he was a player. Mike scored over 1,100 points in his career, which, yes, you will hear of people scoring a lot more points, but Mike played on a team that believed, that had a philosophy of teamwork. Coach Collins emphasized that strongly, and Mike played with other really good players. And so for his scoring 1,100 points in that time, that's quite an accomplishment. Mike was all league as a sophomore, and when he was a sophomore, we were in the Miami Valley League, which included schools like Sydney, Greenville, Piqua. They were strong teams, and for a sophomore to be first team all-league is quite an accomplishment. During his junior and senior years, we went into our present league, the Central Buckeye Conference, where he continued to be all-league. As a senior, he was first team all-state and went on to play at the University of Toledo, where he had received a scholarship. Again, as a testimony as to what a great athlete he was. Mike also was a great person, and really remember him well. And one of the thing right now why he cannot be here tonight, to show you his diversity, Mike is currently a concert flautist, Japanese flautist. Now, I've never heard him play, but apparently he is very good, and he has a concert tonight, is why he's not able to be here. He's a very talented individual, a very good individual, and I wish he were here, but I've certainly, it's an honor for me to be able to present Mike with very deserving honor of the Bellefontaine Athletic Hall of Fame.
The only negative thing I can say about Mike is he lives in Ann Arbor now, so he lives out of country, I guess. Our next Hall of Famer is Lisa George Vines, and her presenter is Denny Lane.
Good evening. It is my pleasure to present Lisa for induction to the Bellefontaine High School Hall of Fame. I was fortunate enough to be the basketball coach here when Lisa played from 1979 to 1983. And it was Lisa's team. More than mine, really. I still feel that it was hers more than mine. You see, she did a lot more than set the school scoring record of 1,424 points and the career rebound record of 894. She was an assistant coach and a mother hen to the other girls on the team. She would influence the other players by her work ethic and at the same time teach them how to have fun. Although her two sidekicks, Stephanie Alls and Renee Scott, didn't need any lessons on the latter. Those three girls, along with Donna Tarasevich, used to delight in tormenting me. All four of them were cheerleading rejects turned basketball players. And when basketball practice would start to get a little dull, they would do a little cheer to see if they'd get a rise out of me. Their favorite one was on an out-of-bounds play under the basket. They were supposed to start in a straight line, and then when the passer would slap the ball, they would all make their cuts. But on Lisa's cue, they would pop out and do this little stupid cheer just to see what would happen. She always made sure we had fun. She always made sure we won also. For 3 straight years, when she was a starter, we won 63 games and lost only 9. But one of the great things about Lisa was this: once the game was won, she made sure that the success went to the other girls on the team. If we would blow a team out, she'd probably score 8 to 12 points. But if we were playing one of our toughest opponents, like Greenon or some of the other tough teams at that time, she scored 35. Just enough for us to win. Her maturity level was unbelievable. I didn't realize how much I needed her until after she graduated. One of her greatest assets to the team was that she took care of all the petty things that go on. The jealousies, the hurt feelings, those kinds of things that all coaches have to deal with. If I chewed a player out, she would pick her up again. If I stepped on their toes, Lisa was there to comfort and soothe. I can remember several times Lisa would spend the road trip home with her arm around one of the younger girls sitting in the back of the bus, explaining that Coach Lane wasn't as big a jerk as she might think, and just generally being a counselor to her. She was really good at that. And with apologies to her father, Raymond, I have to believe that Lisa inherited these qualities of compassion and teaching from her mother, Barbara George. Lisa would quote her mother often when we were discussing team problems or personal problems, and her mother always gave good advice, and Lisa remembered it. I knew before Lisa ever graduated from high school that she would make a wonderful teacher. And I'm so glad that she took the opportunity to go out to New Mexico State on a basketball scholarship and persevere after 4 knee surgeries to receive her teaching degree. I'm also glad that she decided to come back to Bellefontaine and share her talents with us. She is one heck of a young lady, and I'm very proud to present her to the Bellefontaine High School Hall of Fame.
I'd like to say thank you to everyone for coming out tonight, and especially to Denny Lane. It's really hard. I'm real proud to have this honor, but I kind of feel like it's not like playing golf or tennis where you earn it by yourself. I had some ball players out there helping me get those points and supporting me with the rebounds, and maybe I did supporting them when they were having hard times, but they were there for me too. And I'd like to say special thanks to little Bob, as we called her, Renee, because if it wasn't for her throwing me that ball, I wouldn't have had those points a lot of times. So thanks to everybody for coming out.
Congratulations, Lisa. Our next inductee is Henry Stolley, and Coach Chuck Asher will be his presenter.
Good evening. It's a real pleasure for me to be here tonight. Just walking in this place brings back a flood of memories. I had 10 great years here, and I had 10 years of just meeting great people, and it's really, truly an honor for me to be here. I really appreciate the opportunity to have this young man to present, and it's a great community that you have here, and I'm very proud to have been a part of it, and I want to express that to the people. A lot of people sometimes, well, why did you leave? Well, I guess I never moved to start with, and that probably has something to do with it. But at any rate, I want to say that it was one of the great experiences in my life. And so tonight I get the opportunity to come back and present Henry Stolley. And when you look at Henry's credentials and his record, without question, one of the fine young men that I ever had an opportunity to coach. 1983 to 86. One thing I wanted to mention, I knew we'd have a good crowd tonight. And, you know, when they said, well, Henry's going to be in, I said, well, I know that there are going to be some folks here. And so I wouldn't just be speaking to an empty room. And, but at any rate, when you think of this, as you think of him, I would also mention, and every time I see Henry, I certainly have a great warm spot in my heart for his family and all the young people, and Terry and his mother and his dad, and great people. And I guess one of the things that happens, great people produce fine young men like Henry Stolley. I think that's sort of something that happens. And so we got a guy who has, 11 varsity letters. And some people have to think about that a little bit. 11 varsity letters. That means that he got 4 in football, and he got 3 in baseball, or in basketball, and 4 in baseball. That's quite amazing for a young man. And I think we also look at the fact that in football there was 2 CBC titles involved in Henry's tenure, junior and senior year. We were 9-1, second team All-Ohio, captain his senior year of the football team, captain of the baseball team, captain of the basketball team. Tells you a little bit about this young man. And I'll tell you what, he was a big part of one of the tough decisions that I had to make when I first started coaching. Came up and we heard a little bit about him and so on, and we started football practice, and I'm trying to decide, well, you know, how could we use him, and I'm not sure, he's a freshman. You know, we don't play freshmen at Bellefontaine High School. You know, our program's better than that, you know. We just don't play freshmen. And, you know, we got along and started practicing and going to scrimmages, and we'd stick Henry in there a little bit. And so I'm going to have to tell you, it got down to about maybe the day before the first game, and made that decision. And said, well, Henry, called him in, you're going to be the quarterback. And, you know, didn't flinch. Didn't flinch. You know, sometimes a freshman would have been like Lisa was saying, oh, no, wait a minute, not me. Don't put me in there. But that was never the case. Hey, give me the ball and let's play. And I always mention this because I think it's important when you go back in that period of time, and another young man obviously didn't get to play. His name was Greg Lee. Didn't get to play as quarterback. And he had to make a decision. And he made the decision, I'm going to stick, and I am going to play. And he did play. And he made a very valuable contribution to our football team. So, you know, it's sort of an interesting story, you know, how that happened. But we decided, because we thought, well, this is the beginning of a new era for Bellefontaine football. And so away we went with Henry. And based on our first year, probably lucky I didn't get run out of town, you know, because we were 4-6, and that wasn't too spectacular. And so we had some work to do, and as we went through the next year, we're 7-2-1, and this is an interesting point. Never forget that one. We're playing Greena. And Henry and some of the other guys made some just tremendous plays down at the end of that game to tie that football game. And it was a little screen pass and then another pass by Mr. Moon, and we ended up tied. But anyhow, we got our program in gear, and we moved on. And Henry certainly had a lot to do with that. I would just say that as valuable as he was to us, he was also equally valuable to the other programs. You know, being athletic director, I watched basically every basketball game, saw the same kind of stuff in a young man that in football. You know, very determined, very dedicated, very hardworking, all the things that you look for in an athlete. And I'd say, aside from athletics, he was very good for Bellefontaine High School and very good for Bellefontaine. Here's a guy that graduated in his top 10. He was captain of the 3 teams. He was in the National Honor Society, key club president, and just a great school citizen. Great school citizen. And I think that's important when we go back in the history of some of these young men. Interesting how life works, isn't it? You know, I usually see a guy, and you know, I think I probably cried when he graduated. I thought, you know, I had this guy for a quarterback for 4 years. I didn't know how to coach. I didn't have to coach him. He coached himself practically. I mean, you know, we put the ball out and here we go, run power 28 or 28 toss, whatever we're going to run, and away we went. That's all we did. And Henry knew all the plays, so I didn't have to coach for actually 3 years or so, and all of a sudden he's gone. And so you sort of expect never to see a kid. He graduates, you expect never to see him again until some kind of class reunion or something, and, you know, everybody go around talking about how good they were during that period of time. And you know, all of a sudden, you know, I see here comes Henry again into my life. He comes into my life again because all of a sudden he was selected to be the head basketball coach where I'm the head football coach. And I think, well, isn't that interesting? Now here, you know, you just don't think things like that ever happen. But the topper of it all, he also became the athletic director and was my boss. And I always searched that when I heard that he was the athletic director. I kept thinking, oh, let's see, did I make him do anything? You know, no, I didn't. But at any rate, Henry, I think you probably know that in his career, you know, he went, as far as his background, he went to college. He played in college at Findlay for a couple years and then transferred to BG. And interesting point again, isn't it funny how connections happen that when he went to Findlay, you know, there's another guy from Bellefontaine coaching baseball, Doug Coate, you know, and there's a Bellefontaine connection, you know, going on as we go through life. Different connections that happen here. But any rate, I think as we've gone through here, you know, I could probably go on and on about this young man, but I just want you to know that there isn't any question at all that he meets all the criteria that you're talking about for this award. And I think I'm so grateful that the people in Bellefontaine have started that up again, because I think it's a great thing, and there's some many deserving people that I had the opportunity to coach and be with that will eventually, I'm sure, be in here. But without question, he is one of the most deserving candidates, and he certainly makes me proud. And it is an honor for me to be here, to present him and make him a Hall of Famer. Thank you.
Very much like Lisa, I just feel like I have a lot of people to thank. The many players that I played with, I wouldn't be standing up here without their support. I think of people like Richard Bethel, Randy Clark, Mike Mossbarger, just great athletes, and there's no way I would have been up here because of the team aspect that all of our coaches always instilled in all the players. I felt very fortunate also to play for, I think, 3 Hall of Fame coaches, Coach Skelly, Coach Collins, and also Coach Asher, and then some great assistant coaches also. I felt very fortunate that way. Also want to thank my younger brother Terry for nominating me for this and getting me into this whole thing. All my brothers for beating me around. You know, I was one of the low end of the totem pole, not quite at the bottom, but took a lot of abuse growing up, and I think that helped out. But I look back and I think about, you know, the teachers and the coaches that worked with the athletes here at Bellefontaine High School, and you don't really appreciate the type of job they do until you get out, and how fortunate this community is to have those type of people in those positions. And a lot of those people are still here in this building, but they really cared about the kids and the athletes on and off the field, and I feel very grateful to have been a part of that. Also, I'd like to thank my family for being supportive of me. I got out of a lot of chores as I was a jock, was off doing things where maybe the other brothers and sisters were doing some chores around the house or doing other things. But I want to thank them, and also want to thank my mom and also the late Jim Stolley, Dad, who was a great fan of not only me but all the athletes at Bellefontaine High School. And I was, you know, just like to as I'm accepting this award at this time of the year, I have to think of him and all the support that he gave all the athletes. And I just thank you for coming out tonight and being supportive. Thank you.
Congratulations, Henry. Our final inductee tonight is McDonald, and it'll be presented by Gail Clark.
You know, when I came in, nobody really gave me a lot of details about this. Matter of fact, Patterson told me I was going to be able to sit out in the crowd and not sit at the table and all that good stuff. Well, so I was running and trying to find out from Hatch, well, what order are these things going in? Who's inducted first and how do they go? Well, they can tell me that it went from the years, you know, you're graduating down to the youngest, but I know the way they done this was with the presenters, because old and the football coaches, when you get them up around the microphone and the podium, they like chucking them, and Henry, you can hear that stuff. Well, I got the nod. We are running real smooth, right? See how fast we're going? Settle in, because I got some things to tell you here about McDonald. As a matter of fact, the crowd out here are my friends and some family out here. When they came in, they said, Clark, now you're not going to go up there and get comfortable. I said, well, if it's got to come back, or it's got to come out about Dow, it's going to come out, and I'm not going to choke any of it back. I'm going to take my time and present it out here to you. But it is an honor to be here. But before I get on Dow, one other thing. Yeah, that's what they said, Gail. I know you're going to do that. But I want to congratulate all of the inductees and really congratulate the Hall of Fame committee, because I think they've done a great job. I really do. I think that, you know, the numbers are a little higher. We haven't inducted anybody in what, 10 years? 8 years? And so the numbers are a little higher with the folks that we have up here. But I really commend the committee for a great job, because I think every one of the folks that are up here are well deserving of being in the Hall of Fame, and that's coming from a Hall of Famer himself, you know. I'm proud to have all these that are inducted. But I've got special, certainly not only with Dow and presenting Dow and coaching Dow, but I know Lisa's dad, Ray. I know you know Ray, and Ray being a Hall of Famer, and he's walking around and his chest is all out. And I know Denny, which well-deserving I think should be, but I just don't want Ray to take all the credit, because I know that Denny sort of alluded to my Aunt Barb, so I want you all to know that Lisa is my first cousin and has some Clark blood in her. I had to tell him, Ray. So that you know how she got in. Now let's get on to McDonald. How was that? That wasn't long, was it, guys? You know, as a coach and coming back and playing the game of football, and then having an opportunity to get into coaching, okay, one of the hardest things that I found was that all that high energy that made you maybe a good athlete or a good football player, you really weren't able to get that, and you know, you'd get worked up about the game, but somehow, as a coach, you had to take that and get that into your athletes now, okay? The tough job was on a Friday night, you could do all that stuff in practice all week, but on Friday night or whenever game day was, your proteges or your athletes had to go out there and perform on the field. And I know when I first came here to coach, it was the early 80s, and it must have been, I think, probably my second or third year as a coach, that Dow came in as a freshman. And we went in. I know Chuck said, talking about Henry, that he wasn't, you know, with freshman quarterbacks coming in, and it's tough to have and find freshmen to come in. They're able to play and play against older guys. That's a big difference from your freshman year and seniors. But I know that we went through the summer camp, and I went in, and the linebackers were all around, and of course Coach Asher was giving me the flexibility there to coach those linebackers and then come in and, you know, in our coaches' meetings. And so we had the coaches' meeting, and, oh, Coach P's there, and Biff's there, and Chuck's there, you know, in the meeting. And I'm saying, well, I think I'm going to start Dow McDonald at one of the linebackers. And Chuck and Biff and they look at me and say, what's new, Coach? We knew that just by out there at practice, you know. I mean, just watching Dow practice. And I thought, wow, there was my first big decision as a coach going over. But in the times that I've coached, it's fun with the athletes that you have, and you try to teach them, you just teach them all you know about the game, and to really take that to the field and play that game the way that you learned how to love, myself learned how to love the game, the reasons why I love the game. But it's really, really rare when you can find a young man that not only can take all that you try to tell him, because see, if an athlete is limited, then he can only do so much of what you tell him. But when you really get, as a coach, a young man that you can take and teach him really the game, and Dow was so special because we played the same position. We played an inside 5'2" linebacker that I just grew up on that. I learned that stuff from Gary Moeller as a freshman. I mean, that stuff was inbred in me. I mean, I never got taught any other way. Gary Moeller gave it to me, and I had a chance to take Dow as a freshman. And I tell you, got him, and then to give him and teach him those techniques, and then to watch and see what he can do with them. And it was great. It was great to watch him play. You know, he averaged 15 tackles in a game his senior year, 22 against Northwestern. How many times, you just figure how many times the team's got the ball. How many times is he making that hit? How many times is he making that tackle? And that's what I used to tell him. I said, you know, you can control a ball game from this position right here. And Dow was able to do that. And he found out he could do that. And what a joy and what a thrill as a coach to watch him do those kind of things. Okay? You know, but the statistic that really sticks out, and I guess I can go through these. I think you can read about Dow, but the one that I didn't realize was that Dow was our punter his senior year. He punted 31.6 yards a punt he averaged. But the one that got me was that they had 0 yards of a return. I said, well, gee, 0 yards. So Dow was kicking the ball and then hustling down there and making a tackle before they could bring it back. I'm not going to go through all the things. I think you can read that in your little thing about some of the things that Dow had done. So I sort of want to relay a story with you, as a coach with him, and it was fun coaching. Dow helped me, and as a coach, and that was, I was younger then, and I was able to sort of do some of the things. You know, as a coach, I don't do it now as much, and Dow is back, for some of you who don't know, he's back in the community, and he comes out and helps coach, and particularly linebackers, a great help. But when Dow was in school, I was still young enough to show him how to do some of those things, you know. I could still shuffle over the bags, and I could still step up and hit the, you know, the sled. Well, now with Dow back, he does that for me, and he loves it. He loves it. Coach P looked at me one time. He said, Coach, you can't be hitting those guys like that. Suppose you hurt one of those kids. But anyway, Dow, I want to relay this story to you because, we used to have a tackling sled, and one of the things and the equipments that we used on the field. And Dow, I give you credit for this, but I'll tell you, I think that sled, and Dick, correct me if I'm wrong, but that sled was around here when I was in school, so I'd beat on it a little while myself. I had it loosened up, but anyway, it was a two-man sled. And with the linebackers, we were doing drills on this sled, and I told my linebackers, I said, you break this sled, and we won't have to use it anymore. We won't hit this sled anymore. Dow hit, you know, Dow, he would hit every time. He took that as a challenge. And I'm saying, right, you're going to break this steel. So one day, we're doing this tackling drill, and he hits his sled, and I'm sitting, it's one of the sleds that the coach rides on, you know, and I'm sitting here riding. And sure enough, he snaps the steel. Pow! jammed my finger up in there. Oh, it hurt, but he broke that sled. And I just want to tell you, Dow, I still think it was around here when I was running. I had it loosened up for you. Of course, Dow was also a fullback. 2 years at fullback. Was it 30 touchdowns, Dow? I think that's because you had some great guys around you. Wasn't that you was just had all the speed or anything in the world. Let's be real about this now. (34-5-1) was the football team's record when Dow McDonald's 4 years in school. Now, of course, you know, Henry, I think, was a year ahead of him in that time. Chuck was a coach and things. And you need to think about that. It's pretty impressive. My 4 years, we were 35-5. So 34-5-1, and that's really saying a lot for a team to have that kind of success. And of course, Dow was a big part of the success. Dow also wrestled. Can you imagine a guy with all that high energy, and you'd watch him, and you know, I think he just, and he loves it. He still wrestles. It's fun to watch him out here as the other coaches as we're out here, because he's always picking on Coach Terry Jackson, because you know, he goes to TJ, TJ must weigh 400 pounds. What does he weigh? He is huge. And you know, he's the strongest man at the University of Toledo. Well, Dow picks on him daily. Terry just sort of flips him like this, but Dow's always getting down that wrestling hold and always wanted to put a wrestling hold on TJ and throw him around out there. But he's still got that heart for wrestling, and he is. He was a great wrestler, as a matter of fact. Only one other guy down went to state more than you did, or many playoffs. I don't know a lot about all that wrestling. All I know is that he was a great wrestler. And he's still a great wrestler. I watch him out here. What do you think, Hatch? Better cut it? Patterson was supposed to tell me. Patterson said he'd do like yes. I was trying to cut it. Well, I'll tell you, I'm just tickled. I'm thrilled. It's an honor to talk about Dow up here. I am particularly grateful to have Dow back with helping us coach. I think he's just a great addition to the community. He certainly is a great addition as a coaching staff, as a colleague. It makes it fun. I do want to mention that Dow did graduate from BG University, Bowling Green State University, degree in business administration. He now works here in the family business at the DQ. And when I even talked to Janice about that, I said, hey, he's going to be a great addition, and he'd take a lot of the weight off of it, and he has. And it just gives me great pleasure as a presenter for Dow McDonald, Robert Dow McDonald, as inductee to the Hall of Fame, colleague, and most of all, good friend of mine. Dow.
Most people know, if you know me, I don't really care to talk in front of a lot of people like this. But I want to reiterate a couple of facts that Henry had to say. You know, I had the pleasure to grow up in a wonderful community like Bellefontaine that backed up athletics. You know, it was just, it was a popular thing, and it was backed well, and everybody come out and supported. You know, when we were out there doing what we do, whether it be football, basketball, or baseball, or what we're doing, I can't think of any other place I would ever even want to imagine living at than Bellefontaine, Ohio. I think it's the greatest place in the world. I had the pleasure to play with a ton of great athletes. We were very successful in football for the 4 years I was playing, but we were very successful in every other sport during those 4 years, because we just had great players. Henry named a few, and there was tons more. We had great athletics those years, great coaches. Reiterate that fact. Coach Asher came in, and he brought a system into Bellefontaine that has worked for till this year. That's our offense. Coach Greg Peitzmeyer does a great job with it, and he's added quite a little wrinkles to it to make it his own offense. But the base of it come from Chuck, and Chuck taught him that, and Chuck really brought a lot of good here to the football program, and success. Success breeds success, and I just want to thank him. I thank my dad for making me. He didn't ever make me. He taught me how to wrestle when I was about 5 years old. And then I taught all my friends because they had to learn. They had to learn. And he really, my mom and my dad, I just want to say thank you to the both of them. They're the most special people in the world to me. And I can't even, it's one of those things you can't imagine. I love the town. Where we grew up was, my child, growing up in Bellefontaine was just, you think of it as such a small town, but you get out in the way and you think how beautiful it was, growing up here. And thank my parents and the coaches. Thank you very much. I'm very honored. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Dal, and I think you're going to be a good football coach because you, for not wanting to talk, you did a pretty nice job there. So. And our current football coach does a heck of a job when he gets up here. So. Okay, we'll take a few minutes now. We'll have Kirk come back up and fire some questions at him. So.
No, Lee Corso's not a jerk. Yes, I'm still an Ohio State football fan. These are the questions I get, so I just hit these two. Yes, I love the Buckeyes. I always love the Buckeyes. I pick against the Buckeyes because I get paid to give an opinion, not who I have my pom-poms out for. So I love the Buckeyes, always will. But if I think they're going to lose, I have to say that on national TV, which isn't good. They hate me in Columbus. Like there's half that hate me, half that don't. But I will always love the Buckeyes. So those are the two. Lee, Dick Vitale, and Beano Cook, you kind of just put in the same category. I don't know if you're familiar with these people, but Lee, and he's into theater. I don't know if that was his major at Florida State, but when he goes up, and I was telling Dow earlier, we go to typically our college game day, we'll go to the big game in college football, and we went to the Florida-Auburn game, and Auburn, they hate Alabama. It's more like Michigan and Michigan State, not Ohio State and Michigan. I like to think there's still some respect there. Michigan and Michigan State's all about hatred, strong, rich hatred. And we walk up on the set down at Auburn, and they're playing the Florida Gators. No one cares about Alabama. And as soon as Lee, anywhere we go, as soon as he gets up on the set, they're throwing things and booing, and I'm staying back to make sure he's getting all that. And then, he walks out, and he loves it. He'll roll out, and he goes, "Roll Tide." They're not even playing Alabama. This is Alabama's theme song, Roll Tide. And now they're throwing bigger things. So if you allow Lee to get to you, then just know that he's resting easy at home because that's his game plan, is to try to turn the screws on you a little bit. And it's not just Ohio State fans. Everywhere I go, I'm like the diplomat. Kirk, just tell Lee that we're not that bad and to pull us on. And Beano Cook's the exact same way. So don't take what Lee says so seriously because he's just having some fun. Yeah.
You've been around a lot of big schools. Is there any way compare the tradition and the fervor of the fans that Ohio State did in the other big places?
Okay, I think the fans at Ohio State, I would put Ohio State fans, and there's a large majority of Ohio State fans are some of the best fans in college football, and I love them. There's a group of Ohio State fans that I'm embarrassed that they're Ohio State fans. There's Tennessee fans. Ohio State and Tennessee fans are the same way. Peyton Manning, I'll give you an example of Tennessee. Peyton Manning was up for the Heisman Trophy. For the last 6 weeks of the regular season, I was promoting Charles Woodson. I thought Woodson was the best player in college football, so I'd go on every Saturday night. You got to give Woodson a chance. I know he plays defense, but give Woodson a chance. Woodson ends up winning the Heisman Trophy. There's calls into the downtown athletic club down in New York City that night, death threats. They mailed things that I won't even repeat, but they mailed things in a FedEx box. You open up the FedEx box, you're like, oh, all righty. Just throw that off to the side with notes in there. Just really cruel. And I think there's a small contingent of Ohio State fans that are like that. But I would say the tradition is good. I was telling Dow, when you go down to a Florida LSU game at Baton Rouge, and it's a 7:30 kick, if you're a college football fan, which I am a diehard, I mean, it's just like, just shoot it into you. I mean, it's just the best thing. The crowd is at just a different pitch. Ohio State, it's dun, 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 you know, it's all exciting tradition. Down at LSU and down at Florida and Florida State and Auburn, you can tell I love the Big Ten, but the SEC is a notch ahead of the Big Ten, unfortunately. I mean, I hate to say that, but that's the truth. The SEC fans, whole different level. It's because that's what they have. That's all they have is college football. They wait for it all year. Ohio State's a great place, but I would have to put them up there. Yeah. If you look at my record, you know, I like to take a lot of pride in my picks. I mean, those picks, like I said, if I could pick Ohio State every week, last year I picked Ohio State to lose twice. I picked them to lose Penn State, and I picked them to lose to Florida State. And I wanted to pick them to lose to Michigan, but I was telling some people earlier I probably wouldn't have a house if I did that. I mean, they would have burned it down. I couldn't have gone back into Columbus if I picked Michigan. But those are the three that I wanted. I did two, and they lost two. So I'd rather be right than flip up a coin and say, okay, Lee, you take these guys, and I'll take these guys, and I'll poke at you. Like when Lee does his Not So Fast, My Friend, and lately he kind of has a theme to his Not So Fast, My Friend. Like he'll say, Washington played Washington State. It's called the Apple Cup. And I'm sitting there and I'm addressing my camera. And when we address the camera, it's all ad lib. You know, you're just sitting there talking, making your point. They tell you to kind of start wide. It's like writing a paragraph or a paper. Start wide, make an opinion, and then say which way you're going to go. So I'm getting down. I'm focused. You know, I'm concentrating. I pick Washington State to beat Washington. And I look over, waiting. It's his turn to go. And all of a sudden, he has his pencil, and he has an apple stuck on his pencil, and he goes, Apple Cup, not so fast, my friend. And I mean, and I'm sitting there going, what is this guy doing? I mean, every time he's doing something different, and I'm looking at him like he's out of his mind. And he didn't tell me, okay, when you pick Washington State, I'm going to stick the apple on the pencil and then put it. It's all ad lib. I mean, we have half the time, Chris and I are, if you'll notice, when Lee's talking, I'm looking at Chris going, you know, because with Lee, watch the next fall. Watch, I'll be looking at, Chris and I just look at each other like, wow, he's really lost us on this one. But I have fun with him, but I'll tell you what, there's been nothing in my life, and I've played big games, millions of people watching on national TV. I've never had anything more intimidating. ESPN calls you and says, yeah, you did a nice job with your sideline reporting for us. We'd like you, Craig James has left to go to CBS. We want to bring you and 10 other people in for an audition. And you're thinking, this is like my 10-year goal, and it's after year one. And I'm thinking, okay, yeah, that'd be great. No problem, I'll come in. You pull into ESPN, and I don't know about you, but I don't know about you guys. When I watch SportsCenter, I mean, ESPN is, to me, when I was in high school and college, was like, that's what you watched. That's all there was. And I pull into ESPN, and there's probably 30 satellite dishes. 3 of them almost seem like as big as this room. I mean, it's really an intimidating place. It's in a town about the size of Bellefontaine, Bristol, Connecticut. It's not New York City. It's in a town very similar to this, but with a huge place like ESPN. So I pull in there, and I'm scared to death. I mean, here's Lee Corso, and Lee's a guy that he cannot, if he were here tonight, and he was sitting in my seat, he would have been up, down, for however long we've been here. He would have been out there making phone calls. He just can't sit still. He cannot sit still. So, you know, he comes in and he shakes my hand, and I'm sitting there going, I guess this is an official audition. Lee, what's up? Chris Fowler. I'm thinking, this is going to be really intimidating. And those guys, not Chris, because Chris is in his own world, but Lee was more of kind of like a father figure. You're going to be okay. Things are going to work out. And once I got the job and they hired me, Lee has been behind the scenes. He's been very, very good, very helpful. So we all kid him and have fun with him, but he's a great guy. Don't believe his shtick, as they say in that business. He is deep down, he's a good person. What's that? Yeah, I never heard that one. That's a new one. He may have. When did he write his best story that he told me as a coach? You know, Woody used to beat him. I think the average was 63 to like 6. I think that was the average when he was at Indiana as a head coach. He finally got up on Woody 7-0. This is the truth. They're playing at Bloomington, and Ohio State used to beat Indiana again. I mean, it was just boom, boom. Third team, okay, boom, boom, and Lee's just, just getting murdered. And he got up 7-0 on Woody Hayes. He called timeout, took his team over to the scoreboard, all 90 guys. This is like 1977. Timeout, sir, official, all guys underneath the scoreboard. He calls over the team photographer, takes a picture. I mean, these are some of the things that this guy does. And sure enough, Woody's over there just tearing his hat in half. He's ready to just... And I think the final score was 56-7. So he got the picture though, and he has it. He still has the picture. I was telling Dad, the good thing about my job is I call these coaches every week. Steve Spurrier, Tom Osborne, and you name any coach. I have to call to try to do my homework. When we go down into Gainesville, Steve Spurrier, who again, a lot of people think you see him on TV and he's whining, he's crying. He's kind of portrayed as a jerk, and he's not at all. He's, at least from my dealings, he's a great guy. And we're in his office, and he brought that story up. He said he and Lee are pretty good friends. He was every single year since he's been at Florida, after the Florida State game, their team will go underneath the scoreboard and take a picture, if they win, of the Florida State game. So he has like 10 of those pictures in his office, and he credits all that to Lee because of Lee's 7-0 story about being up on Woody Hayes. But it is very interesting. I was telling Dow earlier, I'm going to be at ESPN now I just signed a 5-year deal, so I'll be there for another 5 years. ABC, there's Disney, ABC, and ESPN. They're all the same company. The Super Alliance next year is going to include the Rose Bowl, the Fiesta Bowl, the Sugar Bowl, and the Orange Bowl, all 4. And I don't know if you're familiar with that, but Ohio State, if they go 11-0, they're not going to Pasadena. They're going to Tempe. So if you're going to buy plane tickets, reservations for a hotel, go to Tempe if they run the table. So ABC has a 7-year contract with billions of dollars that they've committed to the alliance and all that. So those of you who hope for a playoff format, it's not going to happen. There's too much money right now involved in this super alliance and things like that, which again is ABC and ESPN and those companies, which Disney, as I said, was really involved in getting that done. So I don't know how many people are in favor of Ohio State going 11-0 and not playing in Pasadena. I'm a traditionalist because of my past, but I'll tell you what, January 4th, if Ohio State's 11-0 and Nebraska's on the other side, I'll pay to see that game. I think that's good for the game. Or Florida, imagine Ohio State, Florida, both teams 11-0, number 1 against number 2. That'll be a huge game. Yeah, that's. I think, and Coach Coop and I'm in Columbus. I work out every day over at the facility, and it's really interesting now that the off season, the NFL's back, and they all work out with Coach K. Coach K is the strength and conditioning coach at Ohio State, and they all love Coach K. Eddie George, Joey Galloway, Roberts, you name a player that's in the pros, and they're working out there. And the big thing to do is between working out, and I'm just there for my cardio. I'm on my stair climber. I just love to listen to all these things. They're over there lifting 500 pounds, and I'm just listening to the debates. And the big thing right now is it's always about Ohio State and all these great athletes you see in the NFL. Why can't we be Michigan? Why can't we win the bowl games? And again, I'm from the old school. These guys, that you see in the NFL from Ohio State. I love them all. They're all good friends of mine. But they chose Ohio State, and it's why kids choose Ohio State now. A guy named Jonathan Wells, he's a tailback Ohio State just signed this year. If you ask Jonathan Wells out of Louisiana, what made you look at Ohio State? He wants to be the next Eddie George. It's not Archie Griffin. It's not Carmen, Ohio. It's not Woody Hayes. You know, my dad has a real hard time accepting that kids today want to be Eddie George. They want, you know, I want to get to the NFL and I want to get there now. It's not about, you know, I want to take a walk on the oval and, by golly, you know, the good old Scarlet and Gray. Unfortunately, it's not like that anymore. It's more about, man, Sean Springs is in the NFL. He's a great player. Look at Eddie George. Look at Ricky Dudley, Bobby Hoying. And if you go to Ohio State, you can go to the NFL. That's how you get to kids. But getting back to your question, the big thing that I think hurts Ohio State and Coach Cooper is that Ohio State approaches the Michigan game. One year they'll approach it, they'll say, it's just another game. Yeah, it's just another game. Meanwhile, on Friday at senior tackle, they'll have 30,000 people watching them at senior tackle on a Friday. That's not Minnesota. I mean, that's Michigan. There's something unique about that. I think instead of faking it, they should say, this is a huge game. I mean, let's not try to hide the fact that this is for all the marbles. And I think what's hurt Ohio State now is that they've tried so many different things with Coach Cooper. And in Columbus, I don't know how often you get to hear Columbus radio or read the papers. You know, I do a radio show, and again, I was telling Dal, I'll have a national guest on. I'll have, you know, from a college football world, a guy like Terry Bowden who coaches at Auburn, or Tom Osborne, whoever, on my radio show. And there'll be people on hold that want to get on. We'll say bye to the guests. We'll welcome in the callers. And they'll be, and this is February, they'll say, yeah, that was great with Tom Osborne, but listen, that backup left tackle next year, now, when we recruiting that guy out of Kentucky, and I'm sitting there thinking, these people put so much pressure on the football program because when, you know, the caller will continue to say, because when we played Michigan last year, the problem we had was protecting the quarterback, let alone what it's like the week of the game. So I think because of the losses in the last 10 years, the way it's continued to mount, it's almost going to have to take a new tenure. I love Coach Cooper, and he's producing, but I'm not saying fire Coach Cooper. I'm saying that for that pressure to be gone, you're going to have to bring in a different coach, because I think he could go 11-0 this year, win the national championship, and there's still going to be people out there. Yeah, but if you look at his overall record and look at Michigan and look at the bowl games, they're just going to be like that. And until he's gone, I don't think it'll be any different. Yeah, but you know what? They've had so much success against those teams that's why when people say he can't win the big game, you pull out your 10-year program and you say, really? Let's see, Syracuse, Washington, Notre Dame twice, Penn State 3 out of 5 or whatever it is. I mean, he wins big games. In 1994, Ohio State beat Michigan 22-6, and I don't know if anybody remember that game, but there was a tunnel of pride, they called it. And I was out there, and I'm telling you, there was tears out there. And the current players, because I get what Ohio State Michigan's about, but the current players, there's probably 5 guys on the team that really know what it's supposed to be about, because that tradition's not there. But there's this long line. There's Rex Kern. There's just guys crying, just like out there. Emotions just taking over, and you're out there just, you know, I'm seeing all these guys that I haven't seen, and because I was a big fan growing up, but I'm just out there. I'm on the radio, and I'm sitting there crying, and I'm trying to talk about things, and next thing you know, they beat Michigan 22-6, and I said, we finally got it. We finally got it. And then the next year, it's almost like we forgot it or something. That was the year Terry Glenn made the comment. So it can be done. How, I have no idea, because as I said, they've tried to make it a huge game. They've tried to downplay it. Meanwhile, what's funny is now I'm around Michigan all the time. You know, I'll do a Michigan-Colorado game. And Michigan's very interesting because they approached the Michigan State game like that is a very big game. Not that it's bigger than Ohio State, but that is a huge game for them. Notre Dame, very big game. Colorado, huge game. They don't sit there, their fans don't call their radio shows and say, that was a good win against Illinois in week 3, but now in week 11, are we going to be okay when we play Ohio State? They just play their games. And then when they get to the Ohio State game, they go out and have fun, and they're loose. You know, try to do anything in life where you're tight, and you're nervous, you're not going to be able to do it. And I think we play not to lose and coach not to lose, to be honest with you, when we play Michigan. I don't think we turn it loose. When we play Penn State, When we play Notre Dame, when we play these teams, watch the play calling, offensive play calling, play action passes. They're going downfield. Guys are making plays. Then the Michigan game. Remember, was it 2 years ago they played in Columbus? The defense kept giving them the ball inside the 10, and I think they had like 9 points at halftime. They should have had 21. We coach and play not to lose because we're so scared to lose. And I think anybody that's coached knows that you're not going to win. I don't care if you're coaching Pee-wee, middle school, high school, or college or pro. If you're playing and coaching not to lose, you're going to lose. It's like playing not to get hurt. You just blew a knee out. I mean, you're going to get hurt. Yeah. Well, do I think after the disaster in the Sugar Bowl, that is, I have nightmares at night about if they're going to rotate Joe Germain and Mark Garcia. Stanley's gone, and I love Stanley Jackson. I think Buckeye fans didn't really get to see what Stanley Jackson could do. And I went back a couple years ago with how he was handled, but that's a whole different story. But Joe Germain's a great quarterback. I think he can be one of the best in the country next year. But if they play with him, and again, I'm just being honest with you, if they play with him mentally and they rotate Mark Garcia because he's a senior and this is a good system, it keeps the defense off balance, then they're not going to win all their games. The players believe in Joe Germain. He's the leader. They have to go with him. They got Steve Bellisari, who just signed. Remember Greg Bellisari? He just signed his brother, Steve, out of Florida. One of the best all-around athletes. Played safety and quarterback. And he signed with the Buckeyes. He's coming through. He's a left-handed quarterback. And they have two kids who were freshmen last year, Austin Mockerman and David Priestley. Both are freshmen. They'll be redshirt freshmen. So to me, I love you, Mark Garcia, but if we get up, you're going to get a chance. Meanwhile, Joe Germain, if I'm coaching, Joe Germain's my quarterback, and whoever wins out of the 3 young bucks is going to be the backup. Because 1999, Joe Germain and Mark Garcia aren't going to be there. Who's going to be the guy? And I want somebody there who's got some experience. And I would, let one of those 3 rookies push and be that second guy. I know that's taking a gamble, but I think they need to do that. They need to get one of those young guys ready. But my hunch is Coop's learned. He's not going to rotate. That's my guess. I'd like to continue. I love doing what I do. I love, there's nothing better for me individually than, it's busy for 4 months. In September, October, November, December, I work demanding hours. You're flying all the time. In 4 months, I probably get 80,000 miles as far as frequent flyer mileage, so I'm everywhere. But I want to continue to do this. As I said, ABC and ESPN are together. They may eventually ask me to go to ABC. I don't know if I would do it at this point because I'm just so happy. A lot could change, but I'm just so happy with what I do. Having Chris and Lee to throw things off. We have, I don't know if you watch all the other shows, but I think at all the shows, including the NFL shows, it's real. I mean, we're not, okay, let's say this and say, I mean, it's having fun. And that's what, as soon as I'm not having fun, then I won't do it any longer because it's too much work. I'd like to do this till I'm about 40, and then at that point, whatever, continue to do something in that same capacity. They have an advertising agent. Yeah, it's good. Those are good. Yeah. Hopefully next year. We did some. College football did some last year, and I hope we can do them again. But the Sports Center ones, they don't pay those athletes. Evander Holyfield and everybody's been in them. It seems like they don't pay them. They're so clever that the athletes want to be involved in them. They think they're great. So they're banging down the ESPN's doors to try to get involved in it. But they have different agencies out of New York City. Bristol to New York City is about a 2-hour drive, and it's pretty close. So they do all those commercials in New York, for the most part. They do some at ESPN now. Anything else? Yeah. About 4 Christmases ago, somebody sent him a tape. I think it was an Illinois game his junior year. But I went to the archives to try to get a present for him, and I think they had a fire, and his years just by chance happened to get burned up. But I've talked to a lot of people like yourself who's obviously either played with him or saw him play, and I'm 6'3", and my dad's 5'8.5", if he's lucky, 150. He used to have to put lead in his helmet when they weigh in just so he would have enough weight to play. In today's game, he would, I tell you, in today's, they ran 100 back then. If he ran a 40 today, he'd probably be like a 4.2 or 4.3. I mean, he could fly, and he'd probably be a heck of a cover corner and smack you in the mouth too. He could hit you, from what I hear. Yeah.
At what age does Ohio State and major colleges start recruiting high school kids?
I'll give you my example. I think in basketball you hear these stories like Bobby Knight's been recruiting them since 8th grade, things like that. For me, as I said, I grew up just dreaming of playing at Ohio State. And at Centerville, where I went to high school, you guys get letters from Denison, Ohio Northern. You know, it's not as if Centerville's just sending them out to the Division I schools all the time. Occasionally they'll have a MAC player, but it's not what a lot of people think it is. So I never even thought of. I started some of the games my sophomore year, here or there, and then my junior year, my first game, we played at a school by the name of Cincinnati Princeton, down there at Cincinnati, and I grew up knowing all about Cincinnati Princeton and the history there. So I was in awe, and we ended up beating them 22-21 on about 30 seconds left. We went for 2, and I happened to dive in and score the winning conversion. And that next Monday, I had never received a letter, but that next Monday there was a letter from Ohio State. That was my first letter I received from any college. It was Ohio State, and I about died. I was thinking, this isn't real. I mean, this is. It was from Earl Bruce. Congratulations, and it was handwritten, and I was impressed with that. But I guess maybe your junior year, anymore it changes. The NCAA, when we were in school, I think the NCAA could contact you maybe as a junior and maybe over the phone, but anymore they can only talk to you. There's certain guidelines that they have to follow. Back when I was in school, a guy like Hugh Green or Tony Dorsett or whoever for Pitt or for Ohio State, Keith Byers, they could call you and, hey, how you doing? Is everything going all right? If you get a call from Hugh Green or somebody famous, that was great. But today they don't do any of those. There's too many restrictions. So I would guess the junior year, maybe some letters before that. Anything else? All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Kirk. I think he helped make it an even more special evening if that was possible. I know we're running a little late, but would be amiss if I didn't thank some people. I'd like to thank the committee, the Hall of Fame committee, which is Pat Ellis, Rick Gildow, Dave Hall, Don Hensley, Dick Horn, Butch Munns, and Bill Patterson. You guys did a great job. Also like to thank Don Hensley at the Examiner. They did a great job of getting us a big build-up for tonight to help sell tickets and to make us a real special night. Also like to thank WBCS, Channel 18, the school channel. They're covering tonight's Hall of Fame induction ceremony so we can all rewatch it, and thank them also. And finally, I'd like to thank Bill Tipple and WPKO and WBLL Radio for their coverage tonight. I'd also like to thank the sponsors. We was able to get 25 sponsors to kind of help cover the bill tonight, and once again, without them, we couldn't have pulled this off. Finally, I'd like to also thank Arlene's Flowers. They donated the flowers for the tables, and we're going to be giving these away, these 6 up here, and also a couple sweatshirts and a hat here in a second. I guess finally, we want to make this a tradition annually, and to do so, we need nominations, of course. And they're available throughout the year. You can go to Dick Horn's office, the athletic department here at the school, and make your nominations for next year. So I'd like to do the door prizes. Ed Wallace was nice enough to donate his basket tonight to draw out of. So. Dick, you want to grab a couple of these here. First one we'll give away is a win shirt. I'll let Kirk draw out here. Dave Watkins. Next we have a sweatshirt. Of course, Dave's from Ben Logan, so this will go over good. Yours isn't in there? Mickey, of all people, you don't surprise me. Well, only one guy could get away with just putting his initials on here, R-E-S. Ron Stewart. I tell you what, I could do this RES on a hall pass when I was in school real well. That's why I recognized it right away. Okay, now we'll draw 6 names for the flower arrangements. Oh, Henry Stolley's won, so Henry, you can take yours right in front of you there. Henry Stolley again. I know there's a lot of Stolleys, but I don't think there's more than one Henry, so. Lois Price. Yeah, another Henry Stolley. Kim Kirby. Joe Kirby. He's pretty good. Is there a Joanna Bader? B-A-D-E-R? Got it? Great. Let me draw one more. I'm going to let Henry have this one. Greg Van Buskirk. And then we have a chieftain hat here. Let's grab one of those there. Henry Stolley. Bob Henry. And Ed, your basket, you want it back now? Or? That's it. Thanks again. Before we go, though, I think we need one more round of applause for the 6 inductees. A tremendous class. And finally, thanks to all of you, because you definitely helped make this a fantastic evening. Thanks very much.